Gonna have to do something about that too. Global audio, apparently, if I mute it in one place, it mutes it everywhere. Can't have that. Okay. That was more food than I had planned on. Now I can't breathe. I'm full. But we are back. We have a stash of motors, so maybe we will have enough to finish our build. We'll cross our fingers. At the moment, I don't dare hold my breath. I don't think I can hold enough to last more than a couple seconds. Ugh. I think I might have 20K. Maybe not even that. How much is in a stack? So I got 250 in there, which means there's 50 a stack. I'm guessing there was 6 stacks in the buffer, so that'd be another 300. I think I might be a bit short of what you need. I hope I have enough for what I need. We're going here. Maybe we're going there. Let's try this again. So this is a temporary power line. This is our first line of 4 that we need to do just to get the first part started. We need to do this again up top here. Actually, we need to, I'm going to start with it down here at the next line on the bottom. Wait, I went through all the 60, oh wow, 60 per? Yeah, I definitely don't have enough motors. But I'm also missing rubber. How can I be missing rubber? I mean, that's a silly question because all of my rubber, my complete supply of rubber is right here. Don't tell me I'm out of rubber. I've got a whole stash of rubber. With 2 things loading it into the depot. Don't tell me I'm out of rubber. Oh wow. Apparently I was going through it just fast enough to keep it down. Well, he shows up every couple of days, but I use him too fast. Maybe I should get one or more from him each time. I hope, let's see, 60 per, and we had maybe 600. So yeah, we're going to be short on motors for a while. Why are we not aligned? I know why we're not aligned. Well, maybe I'll give it a chance for the motor to build up a couple extra. Nobody here would do that. Then it won't snap the location, the placement location, like it does this way. Alright, 2 rows done. It's not snapping to a foundation BP. The foundation is not a BP in itself. Just the front, these ones here and those ones back there have a foundation on the top of that BP. But what it's snapping to is the BPs under the foundation, is what it looks like. Alright, now we need to repeat that on top. Now edges remind me, I'm fairly sure I'm correct that the generators make the same amount of power per regardless of fuel. It's just how much of each the different fuel that each one eats, right? So each one makes, I think it's 250 regardless. Okay, we got 30 generators down there. Let's go double check. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7. Well, let's see. 6 times 8 is 24 plus 6. So we have put 2, 4, 6. So 8 times 6 is 24. 3 times 8 is 24, so 48. And 12, so 60, not 30. Okay. It's numbers. You know better than to trust me with numbers. Or anything resembling math. Yeah, you don't want me taking my socks off. Of course, that only applied like more than a decade ago. I haven't worn socks and I can't remember the last time I wore socks. Okay, so here we have what, 16 I think, times 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 times 4. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that's 64. So this would be as much as I have down below. And my point being, if I'm correct, that just those there will replace the entire power supply below. It might help if I layer them up, I suppose. Which brings another question. Where is my main power tower for my current power grid? Should be a tower down here somewhere. Where are these all connected to whatever grid? That goes out to power the water. This is a separate line for flight. Looks like these are tied back to just this row. So this power line here is the connection to grid. That goes back to here. So this pole here is currently my grid pole. Well, that's going to have to change. So this goes back to what I mentioned early on last stream, I think. I do not have a backbone power grid. I do not have a dispersion of big power towers at all. There's a few here and there, but not a wide dispersion. Of course, I only have a few outposts, but yeah, that definitely needs to change. But am I right that the 64, that I have 64 here, 16 by 4, 16, 32, 64? And that being, yeah, probably. What's one L among friends? Yes, exactly. Or basically anything else computer. So my plan at the moment, assuming, well, again, I gotta power everything up here. So if this is my backbone, we might as well use this thing here for the moment. So we're going to grab this, No, what we're going to do is we're going to grab that again, but we're going to go power line. We're going to stick it here. Now we're going to go back to power line. Try this again. We want to put you. We're going to do this my way. Put you there. Take you off. Grab you. Put power line. Put you. And I did that wrong as usual. I never line them up right. Power line, boom, needs to go to here, and to here, and also to here, and then we need to go, Yes, you're already connected. I wasn't trying to connect to you. What are you complaining about? Yeah, it's computer work is the only reason why I can do that now. Yeah, wait till they bring back trinary computers. We'll have to remember 3, 6, 12, 24 kind of numbers. Well, when I developed this specific way of doing this, I had a very good reason for it that was came from the many times repeated building my first major power plant. Unfortunately, I don't remember what that specific reason was, but I pretty much insist on doing it this way in almost every case. It would. That's not what I want. I want that. Until I figure out what that reason was that I do it this way, I'm pretty liable to continue doing it this way. Because I know from experience the moment I stop doing it, I'll remember why it's critical, in my case, to do it a certain way. Although that could be an argument for stopping doing it, so I remember what that reason was. That is a good bet, or something along the line. And that's one thing I don't like about the daisy chaining, is you can't easily disconnect an individual machine. You can disconnect the lineup one, but not an individual one for any reason. And the other is you can't grid out. You can only do linear. True, true. Okay, I think that covered all 4 lines. Make sure they are you don't think your rocket fuel will be sufficient to power everything else? Okay, this is connected to grid. It's just not connected. Well, okay. I need to go back down here and connect the fuel up to it. I need to do a floor hole here. And I need to go turn on a light so I can see what I'm doing. And this actually won't work. Burgle, burgle, buggy, blinking, jump, okay, fine. Uh-huh. So your rocket fuel plant would be sufficient, but you don't have enough to start it up in the first place. Take this out, and this out. Put our floor hole up here. Nope. Here. And then this feeds let's see, should be there. Now let me look at the modeler, and I'm not going to switch this time so I don't forget to switch back. This should feed Huh? Say what? Ah, yes. Did I miscount badly? No, we're good. Okay. So this feeds that one. So I don't actually need that at all. I want to grab that color and do that. And then I need to do the same thing for this. That will go there. This will go there. Then we do another hole here. Grab that. Do that. Grab this. Go up. And I will be right back. Okay. I'm back, I think. Maybe. Body did what body does and decides on its own time when things are going to happen or not going to happen. And then makes a whole big production out of the deal. And not a good one. We'll leave it at that. And you're getting, I just realized, you're getting double audio. Getting game noise directly and through my microphone. So we'll fix that. So now you only get to hear my wonderful voice through the microphone. Or at least it looks like you are. Okay, so we're going to need a pump down here. Are we going to need, let's see, those will do 50. $50 would be, that shouldn't be 50. Yeah, 50 should be fine. But we are definitely going to need pumps on these. And if I didn't say it, thank you, Widget, for making it known that I would return. Where is my last power link? So this one goes to 2. This one goes to 2. Crap on it. See, that's the other reason I don't like the chaining. There's no simple way to just bad options all the way around here. Okay, that's one, and need one over here. Up, click, and power that direction. And grab this power line. Not there, dummy. And if I click this, then I have to grab the power line somewhere else. And go from there, here, to there, and from there to there, and that'll pump that one. Those two will now go up, and that pipe is continuous, so that will push all of it up, at least in theory, to those. Everything is wired, I think, I hope. Any bets, Idget? What we're going to do... These are all connected to power somehow. How did I connect all these to power? Did I through floor these? What did I do with these? Where are these connected out to anything? Oh, good grief. Okay, here's my main power. So these are powered here. Okay. Need a priority just because. We'll go with cut this. And go from here to there. There. Oh, sure. Really? That belt isn't necessary anyways. This is... I think the entire row is fed through that. Here's hoping. Oh, bite me. Ding, 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 ding. Yeah, we're going to call that good for the moment. Choo, 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 choo. The other ones while we're at it. actually, we want to turn that off and that off. And we want to leave this one off. And then this one. Okay, so there better not be, although it wouldn't surprise me if there was. Hello, Faripa. Where's over there? I'm assuming you're pulling my leg, but there's always a chance. There's another missing pipe. There's probably more of those that can go away. I'm here, sort of, maybe, possibly. You're just in time to see me blow up the power bank, or try to. We're gonna do the first. So we got 4 banks here. 1, 2, 3, 4. These are going from oil to rocket fuel at the other end, with a whole lot of generators up here, and there's another layer like this that goes up there, but we're gonna see if we can. There's 64 gens here. We're gonna see if those will replace all of these, or actually half of these, because we're gonna switch one of these fuel lines over to here. Or I guess it's one of these oil lines. This would be if I sent you a rocket fuel modeler file. This would be it. Yes. Oil to fuel blueprint. Okay, so that would be this section right here. Yeah, I sent you the one with the mixers shoved into the top side of the whatever those things are. I can never think what they're called. Distilleries is the closest I can ever come. But anyways, yeah, that's the blueprint I sent you right there. So we should have oil going in refineries, that stuff. Should have oil going in to things and stuff. Matthew Evans, welcome in, welcome in. We are trying to start the switch over from the old power generator system down there to the new generator station up here. So conversion stuff there, all the way down, and generators up there. I just now switched over the oil that may or may not be pumping, and we'll see if it's getting where it's supposed to go. I'm gonna bet not, but we're gonna see. Yeah, there's no oil up here, so I need a pump down here, as I expected I would. Idiots, you didn't remind me to turn the light on. Why did you not remind me to turn the light on? What's the bet on that? Light is that strange stuff that disrupts the darkness. Or if you want to go with a conspiracy theory, light is the absence of dark. Okay, now we should have oil up here. There we go. And that level change is a combination of sloshing and hopefully machines taking it in. They are not taking it in, so that must be just sloshing. Okay, so that's primed. Now, when I flip this switch, everything's going to blow up. Oh, and all but these are quiet now. They're still green, so maybe I'm still... Well, once this is started, it won't matter, Matthew. Let's get this started before the power for the other one runs out. So what I've done is I've turned on this row only. Now the oil is feeding both of these two rows, but I've just turned the power on to this row only. These appear to be running fine, and we should have, there's our oil input, we should be getting heavy oil out from both of them, which will be coming down here. Oh crap. Water is not supplied. I thought I supplied water to everything that needed water. Well, I hope you don't blow up, Floripa. I know you want to blow up things, but don't you blow up. Well, the resin isn't outputting because there's no water going in. And that's, oh crud, I know why. And so does Idjit know what I did or didn't do? I thought about it multiple times and didn't do it. Right, Idjit? No, this is power only. There is nothing else going on here. So, on my way down there where I need to go, we'll explain. So what we have here is oil coming in there. 4 refineries doing oil to, actually, 4 refineries doing oil to heavy residue. Oh, and I gotta dispose of those things too. Crud. The heavy residue is going to need a pump that I see missing. that goes up here to these, which are doing heavy residue to just diluted fuel. And then the diluted fuel comes out here, goes down here to this long line of refineries where it is turned into turbo fuel with the help of compacted coal, which is supposed to be showing up on that belt. Yeah, I seem to have forgotten a few things there, Idjit. There should be a third one. There should be a third gap. There we go. So there's gaps because those were blueprints that I did not auto connect on. Alright, so now we got the coal coming all the way down, but we are missing water here, and we are missing a pump here. And Idjit, you still haven't reminded me to go turn on a light. I need to figure out how to power the doggone pump, because I used a chain link and chain link failed. So that'll get the heavy oil. Wait a minute, that should not. Oh yeah, the heavy residue will work until it backs up on those. But everything will stop here because I don't have water. I need to get those taken out to a sink, but that'll be easy to do. In fact, I can probably dump a sink. No, I can't fit a sink right here anywhere. Can you fit a sink in here? No. Can I fit a sink up here anywhere? No. So I'll have to drop those down here below and run them back out here somewhere. I mean, there's a sink there. I have to check on how much of that stuff there is. But anyways, we need water. No, Idjit. I don't mean here in the game. I mean real life. And I'm gonna go do that now while I'm thinking about it. Oh, need to turn on a light so I can see what I'm doing. And I don't mean in game. Yeah, it's just I don't use lights in game usually either. Once in a while, but not usually. I have I think it's the basic rocket fuel. I have at least one alt, but I'm not using it. I'm using the basic rocket fuel, I believe. Can't hear you over the sound of my own insanity. Thus I understand. Okay. So, Matthew, once we have the turbo fuel, it's coming down here. Jumps over to the other side here. Gets blended with everything and turned into rocket fuel, which then goes upstairs So 2 layers here turning into rocket fuel. The output, the rocket fuel over here, is sent up to, each row goes to its own tier of generators. There will be a second row of generators, or a second batch of generators for each. So we got what I'm calling bank 1, 2, 3, and 4, because each row is basically independent, and there will be another tier above that of generators once we get things started. But I'm short on motors, so I couldn't build them all. Water everywhere. So here's water for the current power plant down here. But I need more than what's being I don't have any nuke going on, and this is not on the server anymore, so I wouldn't be able to, well, I suppose I could get you in here, but I don't know. I don't know if I want you throwing nukes at me. You wouldn't do that, right? Right? Water extractor. So I have, for my current build, I only need the 4 water extractors I just had here. But for this, I need more. Pulling water from the upper pond. What upper pond? The one that's up here somewhere or other? No. I suppose I could. I wouldn't. It'd save needing pumps. You're talking about pulling water from up there, right? Yeah, I hadn't. On the other side of the... Oh! Here. I hadn't even considered this place. Is this deep enough to put pumps? Yes, in 1.1, I remember knowing it was there, but had noted that it did not show on the map. Okay, I need to wire. Come on, grab the wire. There we go. Build this down here so we can go bing, boom, and yeah, we're just going to copy that and overpower these. They probably don't need it, but at the moment I don't care. I just want this running. Okay, I need... How am I going to do this? I need to run a third... How in crap am I going to do this? I need 2 pipes. It's just I figured out earlier how I was going to do it, but how was I going to do it? I need 1600 water. I need 800 water. I need 400 water per line. Somehow, I need to take 3 pipes and turn it into 4 in a balanced manner. For Floripa and Matthew, Idgits is doing a build that makes insanity seem tame. What is it you're doing? Something 14 terawatts, Idgits? Okay, so I need a third pipe. A third pipe here somewhere. Six extractors. Now we get over here and I can use regular stands, so. Oh, he's made it even worse than the pictures I sent there, Floripa. He's gone a bit further. Move, buddy. Move, or I shall move you. Okay, you got the point when I pulled it out. That usually does. Put some of these on. I had to. Oh, and if you look close, you can see that those curves don't quite line up. You know why? Because I think those bottom ones might have been made before curve mode was available. I'll bet those are, well, maybe they line up. But those may well have been made before curve mode was available. So that would be like noodle mode or something. Okay. I need to turn these 3 belts into 4 pipes, into 4 pipes. How do I do that without just gonna work this out here on the ground? I need 4 out. 1, 2, 3, 4 out. I have 3 in. So something has to be split. I'm bringing 3 6s in. Each one wants 4. Nope. That will work, won't it? The 2 pipes on the end going from top to bottom will get 600. The pipe going out will get what it needs. The rest will go to the next one in, along with half of the center pipe of the 3. And then the same on the other side. None of those pipes will ever need to be over 600. I'm not worried about valves to balance it. You're right, I could. But my issue here is not to balance the outputs, because each one is, I have more water coming in than is going to be used anyways. My issue here is making sure that the pipes are split in such a way that none of them is going to need a flow bigger than the 600 that they can take. And this setup will do that, I think. Now, next question is, I need my 4 water pipes to come down to this end. I don't have any obstructions on this end on this layer. I have the coal distribution belts here. So we'll have to drop 1 to 5 load balancer. Right off the top of my head, no. I know in concept how to do it, but it'd take me a minute to remember how to do it. But basically, take 1, divide it into 2, divide each of those into 3, you have 6. Take one of those and feed it back into the initial sequence. And then you have 5 out. I hope that made a little bit of sense. That's the best I can do off the top of my head. Water. I'm going to have to jump over these. This goes all the way side to side. Where's the water going to come down? Because I got that too. But that'll be okay because I'm already... Let's see, there's where the oil is. The water is past that. So the water's on this side. I need to feed the water up here. Either back there or up here. Up here is going to be the easiest one. Oh, I definitely do not want to run them here. They are definitely running here. New floor hole. There. I think. Nope, it needs to be... Where? Do. Water. Water everywhere. Floor holes. Distractions. And yes, my keyboard is noisy. I know. All too aware. But there are times I have to type things. Why is this one different than this one? It isn't. Just I can't see things. As I was referring to some comments that were made in one of your last couple of streams, someone had unexpected events. Well, I could have you mixed up with someone else, but I don't think so because there's only a couple of streamers I watch regularly that have that kind of in fact there's only two that I watch regularly that actually communicate back to YouTube chat. And I've only seen one stream of the other person recently, so pretty sure it was you. Okay, those are all set. Now to figure out where those go underneath. Oh, I need to do... get out of my way. Going from where the water is down there, so this level, to that level is going to be, well, we can measure it, but I'm guessing that's more than 50 meters. Yeah, because that's 40 there. So we're going to need more. We're going to need a pump at the down there, which we have, and we're going to need another pump here. Why did you grab a pipe? I want you to grab a pump. And now I need to put pumps on both of these. And to do that, I need to steal a wire again like I did there. So we need to do this, and this, and do this. Pull there. Put pumps on this wire, on this. Come on, move. There we go. Put a pump there. And a pump here. And the wire there. And we'll go to the wire there. Why are y'all both red? Why y'all say no power? Oh, that's because you don't have any power. Y'all turned off. Okay. Brief panic. Wire, pole, wire, boom, 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 done. Wire, pole, wire, wrong order. Pump, pump, wire, 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 wire. All right. Water and heavy residue should be functional. Now we need to pipe water 4 things of water down to the other end. Here's the tricky part. Hey Edges, you've done a lot of pipes. Question for you. Any idea, or Floripa or Matthew, any idea how to get a hanging pipe down a second tier? Because you can't stretch these down like you can the other ones up. That is a wall mount. You mean mount them actually on a wall, right? Yeah, there are no walls here. Let's see. Conveyor ceiling mount. So like put this up and then attach this to that. Doesn't work. And well, we're going to have to do it the old way then, or the fun way or something. Actually, I don't know if this will work either. I think. And then can I put this? No, this will only go on the side. This will not go on the end, at least of that. How about something like that? That's not how that's supposed to work. Nope, same thing. So let's try that. Nope, nope. Still no. Oh, let's see. That comes down too far. However, it will give me something. Well, the other ones still do too. The other option here, since if I do this the way I'm thinking, there. No longer have to worry about it. So we got one pipe here, one pipe over there, two pipes over there. So we're going to do one, two pipes, one pipe. And then we have one, Plate 3. Okay, and we have the top part done. Now we just need these. That is not what I asked you to do. Just need these to go. What do you mean too long? It's the same frickin' length as the one beside it. What the hell? You're doing the same thing. What on earth? How did the first one work? Same thing. That one works. But the others won't. Why in hell? They're attaching to the other pipe, huh? They're all attaching from connectors. I don't understand. They're all connecting the same way. You can see it. You can see the highlight. They're all connected the same. And once again, the first one works. Okay, I think I know what you're saying. You're saying that here, that it was turned around backwards, but you can see here, it makes no difference. And if it won't even let me put the connector down past like that point for whatever reason. And there you can see that it's the right way around. Let me back out here so it's not a matter of being right above it. Ah, gotcha. And that's why it wasn't showing that's why it's not showing the actual thingy. Yep, I got it. I got it. Funny thing is, it's not supposed control is doing the opposite then from what it would normally do. It shouldn't be snapping unless you put the whole control down. That seems like a poor UI to me. Oh, that's better. Thank you, Matthew. Appreciate that. Nuts. Can't drop this one down any more than I can drop those originally down. I has idea. Edget was right, whether he knows it or not. Hello? I want the wall. Thank you. No, I mean, put it where I tell you to, or put it where I want it, not where I tell you to. First one goes there. build my balancer station. I think we're going to do we'll leave those there for the moment. We actually need because these need room to go up. Oh, let's see. Let's line it up with this. Those ideally should have come down the middle, but there was other things there in the middle. So let's line it up with this, which means it goes between those two. And I not like. Yeah. Yeah, I've said it once or twice, Idiots. And for anybody out of the game seems to do that on a regular basis. All too regular basis. Okay. I want this. For a minute I thought that was a spider. Okay, so that's what was throwing me off. Gonna do that and that, and then we're gonna do that, that, and that. That. That should be lined up. But we need Erga. Okay, so we have those four, which are centered. So those are going 1, 2, 3, 4. No, I can't do it that way. That has to be 1, 2, 3, 4. These two are connected. Those two are connected. And then we have, doggone it. So we have one, two, three, four. Oh. Not sure that's enough still. Just enough. So we have, doggone it, quit that. One, two, three input pipes. Idiots, you are insane. Not that that's news to either of us, but good grief. But I agree, that looks very nice. Okay, let's see. Now I can take from here, we want to go horizontal vertical, so this one goes to the second one, that one to the first one, yeah, not that way. Let's try that one again. Nope, this is how I want them. I want them coming in at the angles here and going up together. Yes, I thought about that. And that will put the fan out up there. I want all the weird stuff together, kind of. This means, though, that I am going to have to, let's see, okay. Yeah, I'm going to need to cut the water at least to those in order to do this. I'm going to leave water going to the first one. If I can find where it went. So at least something stays running. In theory, Matthew, yes. The pumps there should be enough lift to get me to this level where I have the additional pumps down there. Yeah, I see the signs. That's very nice, and that'll help your memory that you don't have. That kind of was just referring to the images he just sent me. Okay, we have water coming in. At least in theory, let's make sure we have water coming in. Oh look, there's water. Now is there water down here? There is no water down here. There is some water there. Oh, that's okay. There should be water fine there. Water there will come once it fills up. I don't need water down there. It is the water here that matters. No water here. Why? There was water in the pipe down there. Well, there was water in these pipes. Why is that going back and forth between water and no water? And if I put a buffer in down here, yeah. And if I put buffers down here, that'll reset the head lift, so I will need pumps right here. Yeah, because we are filling all 4 pipes here. Yes, that third pipe is keeping at least some of these on the lower floor still running to help me. If I let them die, then I'm gonna have to restart everything from scratch. So yeah, we are waiting for all the pipes to fill. And these are full. So that one remaining pipe is running these here. So that at least these generators on this side should stay running. Yeah, getting your any section of your thing started is going to be interesting. Are these are not yet full? I was waiting for you to just happen to get to the point where the pipes, as you move from point A to point B, ended up going above your initial point. I was waiting for that to happen. But apparently you never did. Okay, have these got water in them yet? Still filling, still filling. This one here is the one we need filled up. Ah, oh, come on. I don't think the water is even up there yet. Yeah, we don't have any water up here yet. That's not going to make any difference at all. By the time the water won't get up here until all those pipes are full to start with. No, the pipes down here, because of the manifold down there, nothing is going to fill above this point until all four of these pipes are completely full to fill up these pipes. Then they will go above the floor. But all four of these pipes are going to have to be full first. See, because of this manifold, all three pipes connect to all four pipes. So right now we have, I believe so. I hope so. Probably not, but I think so. So right now, as far as I know, we are just waiting for all of this to balance out. I do want to check and make sure. Ah, come on, what could go wrong? Let's double check these pumps and see what the head is on them and why one isn't working. Really? Where is that wire going? Okay, it is going up there. Why are you... Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Wait a minute, what the hell? And I can't directly replace with Mark II pumps. Because when I first built that Mark I, okay, those are supposed to be Mark II. Okay, that's a good question. Why am I using Mark 1? Why is that still a Mark 1? That should not be a Mark 1. That should have been changed to a Mark 2 a long time ago. That looks better. No, it should have been Mark 2s. I'm doing it because I was trying to give you something to catch. Trying to make sure you were paying attention. Yeah, that's it. Yep, I was right. I definitely needed those pumps on the second floor up there. So now that I have the right pumps that I was thinking I did have in place, now these should all be put completely full. But now I realize that the pumps I have throughout the place that I was thinking were Mark IIs, I may very well need to replace some of them. Because I'll bet, let's see, do we have water in here? We do. But that isn't going to lift it. Yep. All of these pumps I need to remake since I can't, wait a minute. Yeah, can't directly replace them. Yeah, Mark II is good for 50, which is what I was planning on. Mark I is only good for 20, which I was thinking 50 for every one of these. Mark I is not going to do any of this. I wasn't even looking at the shapes of them and realizing what they were. I had expected my my hotbar to give me Mark IIs. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Yes, it is. Well, it's. You may not have seen it earlier. I was measuring with walls to see how tall it was, and it was like it's over 40 meters. So it needs a pump. It needs more than a Mark II pump or a Mark I pump. And I'm gonna have to repeat that with all these while I'm thinking about it, and we'll let those pumps work and see if things pan out with those. while we put the proper pumps on the rest of these. And there's probably a few other places they need to redo pumps, but these are the ones we know of at the moment. Oh, we would have caught it eventually. Now these, whoops. Yeah, that's the right direction. Is that the right direction? Why is the... Yeah, that's the right direction. Just freaks me out that the power thing is pointing downward. All you need is one pump up high. There is water up high. You're just too chicken to run pipes that far. Not that I can blame you. Yeah, but you only need one pressured. I mean, yes, we're talking a small manifold, but... Okay, that is those. Yeah, no thank you. You're welcome to it. It's your build. We'll let you build it. Alright, so we should have water up here, which should be making these things happy. They appear to be happy. And they should be making the heavy stuff, which should be going down here. Wait a minute. Something's not right. Or something's missing or something. Wait, these are making the heavy stuff. The heavy stuff is going up, turning into fuel. Which should be going down here. Which should be going down here. And these should be making fancy fuel, which should be making these happy. And these should be making rocket fuel, which should be coming up here and making power. Unreliable power, but power. Now, before this all backs up, I need to get that what, you only need 43? I need to get this somewhere. Need to get the blue meth disposed of somewhere. So we need a floor hole, built floor hole here. I think there. Nope, not there. Over one. And then that. Houston? 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 What the hell? Oh. Okay, for the moment, we should be able to shove this we will need to do better later, but for the moment, how much of this shit am I putting out? Oh, just 100 per line, big deal, not a problem. Down here, because I've cut the oil, up here, the first one should all be fine. Those out there, the lines are turned off, just plain turned off. I put, you missed it, I put switches here, so each bank 1, 2, 3, and 4, only bank 1 is turned on at the moment. And now these are backing up on the polymer. So I need to pull this down. Let's see. Pull it down here somewhere. We just gotta get rid of this for the moment. Sure, naturally. That'll clear that out. These can run again. Think about it as plastic and rubber and what you can do with the plastic and rubber. Actually, can't you turn this back into fuel? mean, it's 3 or 4 more machines, but seven full belts and the relevant machines. Alright, are these back up? They're still pulling themselves back up. These are running close to 100. These got shorted of stuff for a short time. Are these... Yeah, these got shorted of fuel, so they're waiting for fuel to come back. Excuse me a minute. Okay, so waiting for these to come back up as we get, well, we're basically waiting for the first set of machines to come back up to full production. Okay, so we got the first one, we got the oil going up to the top. These have their stuff, these have their water. They're doing their thing. I mean, they're behind. Everything's going to be behind until these machines catch up, but things are running. They're producing the fuel's coming out here, no pumps needed, fuel's doing this, these things are running, at least the ones that have stuff. Nothing's backed up, although the turbo fuel isn't being used. Why? So we're getting a collection in turbo fuel. These are not behind on anything. So these should all be running 100%. Ah, shit. I thought I fixed that. That was the whole reason. No, these guys are piling up rocket fuel. Rocket fuel doesn't have a pump on it. Why are we snapping? We're snapping to a previous node. That's because really? Okay. Well, that's nice. Cool. Well, this is interesting. I got one line doing stuff. Oh, okay. I didn't finish my wiring job. Oh, okay. I hadn't even considered that. All of these are running. That should make these happier. They shouldn't be. Well, yeah, they will be. I was going to say they shouldn't be bogged down, but they're going to be because we only have half of the generators. Again, there's this many more going up there. Now, what do I need to update? This only goes that far, so I don't need to update that pump, because that's, I should check, but that should be plenty. Ooh, it's pushing it, but it's pushing it far enough. This one does not need a pump, apparently. let's see. This is all good. Like I said, it's pushing far enough. Barely. But it'll do. This looks good. Did I have all of the returns done, I think. Nope, I only did these two, but all I need is the next one at the moment. Yes, I'm just checking the next bank right now to make sure it's all good. Or at least all the obvious stuff. And then we will turn it on. And then I can tear out the bottom stuff. And then I'll have all those motors and whatnots for all those generators I can put up top. Oh, thank you. Yes, I will need to do that. These pumps I upgraded. Gotta dump the polymer. Floor hole. Nope. Different floor hole. Needs to be there. Needs to go down. Yeah, all of this can go. I mean, all this will get torn out, but right now we can take and do might need to do something different with that water pipe. Hush. Okay, I know what to do with it. These two pipes are going to move to these two pipes. This pipe will become that pipe. So really on this end I'm just moving that over here. On this end I'm moving both of them over. So I'm going to move this one first. That. And then we're going to move this one and this one to, doggone it. We want, nope, doggone it. I want straight from there to there, and from there to there. And then this pipe can go away. There. now this can come down to somewhere that's interfering with stuff that's going to go away momentarily. We'll put a thing on here. And bring that out here. That'll take care of that. Ooh, hello. Right in the middle of the... Okay, so that's ready to go down. I think, maybe, possibly, hopefully. I think we're ready. These are running, nothing's backing up. These are running. These are not running yet. Why? We don't have enough fuel yet. So there's fuel down here, but not enough for them to pull in enough. Are these not powered? Okay, so some of these are starting to drag fuel, but not much yet. Well, the first machines are working. Why are these not working? We're backed up on turbo fuel. So it's just those down there. And that's because we're backed up on turbo fuel, because we're going to be backed up on rocket fuel, because we only have one bank of generators running. Our first generator on the far side is running. No, there's not room for a sink here. I've got to run it downstairs. We'll come up with a different solution later, but for the time being, it's got to go downstairs. I think what I may do later is turn these around, and I got plenty of room to put sinks out here. In fact, before I turn these on, let's do that. Turn these around so they're going this way. And do this. Ah, shit. Bugger it. We'll just drop a sink. Well, we're going to take we're going to put a merger here. And then a sink down here. Except that, can I turn this sink, can I snap this sink back to both belts? Will it reconnect to both belts? I know it'll reconnect to the one, but will it reconnect to both? Alright, so both of those will spit out to that one when I turn them on. These are covered for the time being. Actually, considering the vast amount of polymer that's going down, I don't need to make a big deal out of how fast I turn these around. So let's, okay, I want to put, where did I actually put this in? I didn't even put it in a particular spot, so, but I want to put it in the same spot, so we put it out one beyond halfway. Well, I'm not going to put it quite in the same spot. Put the sink kind of in line here. Put the lift up. And that's our merger. Oh, I gotta turn this around first. Duh. give this thing power from somewhere. Oh, eat me. So that's powered. Delete that stuff, and then... Wait a minute. What idiot set this idea up? This needs to be over here to do it this way. There, now I can remove the junk down here again. And these are backed up because heavy residue is backed up. I'll bet all the generators are running. Yep. And these generators are coming up. Little by little. How much power we got going? We already have more power than we have from downstairs. Production isn't stable, but we're still, actually probably because the ones downstairs are still freaking out. But that means that these first two rows of stuff down here, all this stuff on this side, can be taken out because it's no longer getting oil anyways. Because we took the oil out of here. I let it run for a while because for a while the generators were running on stuff that had been buffered and whatnot in all the machines. And that's actually what gave me the power to start the first one up. But now, none of this is of any use, so actually now I need to, let's see, this sink is not being used for anything, so we're going to reuse this sink for a dump bin because I'm going to need a big dump bin. Alright, thanks Idgits, and thanks for being around. We will catch you tomorrow. See what kind of chaos you can make tomorrow. Actually, I will probably end up streaming at the same time as you, but I'll still have you on one of the screens. I'm going to put a second one up here. Alright, let's clean out my inventory to start with here. Don't need those, that, that. I'm gonna keep those. That, I'm gonna keep those. Don't need that. I'm gonna keep those. That, keep that. Keep that. I'm going to take that hard drive over somewhere around here. There's a MAM. Take that hard drive and throw it in a MAM. Where's my MAM? Hard drives, scan 1. Now let me double check that both of these nodes are going only to power. Yes, okay, just making sure. So none of this is of any use now. We can just get rid of this. Get rid of these. Belts. Lifts. And pipe. All of the pipe. Actually, you know what? This should be blueprints. No? No. Guess not. Blenders. Get rid of power poles. Nope, we need that last one there. I wish I could say get rid of everything but concrete, but you know what? This concrete has to go away too. So we can just say get rid of everything, and if I get rid of some of the concrete with it, so be it. Because again, the railroad track is coming through here. Nope, we want that to stay. the rails, I believe... No, I'm going to leave this hooked. I'm going to leave that hooked up. But I believe the rails now have power from the other station. But I'm going to leave this hooked up just in case. Once we have this stuff all erased, we can go look and see if everything is running good upstairs and then turn the next tier on. Well, we can check the next tiers. Well, first we got to move the oil over, the other side of oil over, because we no longer need to worry about, once these two banks are stable, and they seem to be, we no longer need to worry about power from the other side of this down here. I need to make sure I didn't just erase too much. Yep, nothing on there. Okay. I'm actually surprised one of these... Oh, that's because that one is being fed from the other side. But we no longer need it. We can now hook this pipe up to over here. Because we no longer need it below for anything. Actually, I'm going to leave these running and start from the other end. So that they can suck all the materials out of these machines. Take the oil out of here and move it up. I see another problem that no, this one's fine. Let's see what kind of lift it has in it. Yeah, it's good. We're going to put a big one on this side anyways, but for the time being, that one is fine. so this side will now be getting oil. We'll let that fill up some. Actually, we'll just flip this on and let it do its thing. And while it's doing that, we'll double check that everything's working. Should have oil coming in slowly. That will make this the heavy oil. The heavy oil is pushed up. And we have water in. So that should fire up in a minute. What are you guys waiting for? Why are you waiting for oil? Okay, so you're eating it first, so taking a minute. Yeah, so this one didn't reconnect. Okay. Somehow I suspect there's a dump crate running around here. Yeah. I should keep a lot of this stuff actually. What I'm going to do instead of dumping this, because a lot of that is going to be used to make the new generators up here. So that line's all going up for these last two. Hopefully these last two are waiting on getting enough fuel. Why do we not have fuel? But yes, it does appear that it's just a matter of getting enough fuel. Welcome in, whoever just joined. We are tearing down the original power plant down here slowly and slowly firing up the new power plant up here and working out assorted bugs in the process. So these we just turned, so we have 4 banks. We have bank 1, 2, 3, and 4, each one of independent. We have oil turned into heavy oil here, the heavy oil going up there where it's turned into diluted fuel, the fuel moving on here down to this bank of refineries where it's turned into whatever the shit this stuff is, turbo fuel. The turbo fuel moves on down to here where it's turned into rocket fuel, which then goes up there. We got 2 tiers of stuff turning it into rocket fuel. The rocket fuel goes all the way up to the generators up here. We've got the first 2 tier, the first tier of the first 2 banks in place. We have another tier of generators to build up here for each bank. But I had to turn these 2 banks, the first tier of these 2 banks on to replace the first the original power plant. Now the first power plant is decommissioned, replaced by those, and I can tear these down. However, my inventory is full at the moment. And I'm going to use that inventory, since most of what I just tore down was generators. I'm going to use that inventory to build more generators, because I can't activate those two banks until I put some generators down. If I could, just wouldn't do any good because they don't have, they'll just back up. So let's put the first one of these down. Suppose it might be a good plan to finish the floor. Whoops. Okay. Nope, wrong place. As usual. So the first tier of bank 3. I'll go down and I've actually turned bank 3 on, so kind of in a bit of a hurry here to get this in. The this is coming up. That's how we planned on doing it. Okay, just gotta remember how we're doing the other ones. So we're putting a floor hole. Oh wait. Yeah, okay. So we're putting a floor hole here. In the center. And then we're going from there. Okay. From here, we're going straight. How did I do it here? And then to connect to the bottom, because again we've got 2 here and 2 there. We need the floor hole, which goes here. Grab the pipe. There. And then we go from here up there. And I'm realizing a different way we could do this, but we're not going to. Stick to the plan. So that should, yeah, that should have some of these at least running. Let's go down and make sure things are going from the beginning. I mean, obviously some stuff is working, but is it all working? These are yellow because not because they're backed up. Why are these yellow? They're not getting compacted coal. Shit, how did we get anything in here at all then? Okay. You're getting oil, right? Yep, you've got oil. So you guys should be all happy. Your residue is backed up. Your heavy oil is backed up. But that's because everything else is backed up. You're not backed up. You're short on water. Why are you short on water? That's because you're short on water. Why are you short on water? Because you're short on water. Houston? My power line got cut to the water pumps. Houston. Okay, this is the wrong. We need power from up here. Anything up here. This is our power node up here. We need to grab something from it. Drop we'll put a power. What are we gonna do? We're gonna drop a power pole right here. Put a power node here on the side. Run it down to there. Double check that we now have power out here. Which we do because now we can fly again. And make sure all these are happy again. You're not happy. Why? Are you full? You're full. And you have power. You have power. You're just backed up. Okay. Well, that was a close call. That would have shut everything down and I would have been really screwed. Because while I do have other power being generated, it is somewhat less than this, and it would make it really fun to get that restarted up there. It was this power here that gave me enough power to start that up there. Okay, let's see how much. Okay, we've got the water reconnected, so we should have water now at the beginning of this line. Yep, pump's going. We have water here. These guys are happy now. They're crapping fuel. These first machines are happy. You've got coal. You don't have any recycled coal coming in though by the looks of it. But you've got coal to process all this, and you appear to be doing it somewhat slowly, but you appear to be doing it. Why are we doing it slow? Oh, it's just you got to catch back up. Okay, your rate percent takes 5 minutes to balance out or something. It's ridiculous. But it looks like it's running full out. It's not backed up. It's not shorted. So these look fine. That's going to change down here. You guys are not getting coal. Oh. There's probably a couple more of those I need to fix. Okay, you guys should be getting coal now, eventually. Okay, looks like these are all happy now. And these should then all be happy. We're buffering up on turbo fuel. We are backed up on coal. Why are we backed up on coal? We're backed up on coal because I didn't set up the recycling on these two lines. So I need to do this mess. So first up is a floor hole on the end here. Gotta remember how to do that. Gotta put this, goes all the way up. We need to put one of these in the next row over, one back. So we can get it to connect in there. Then we remove that. Then we put it back. We're putting it on that center line here, going that way. We want it lined up with that, which it is. And one of these goes in there, and one goes in here, except that for some reason this got put in backwards. And we need this to go with this. And then this goes to there. And that should all be coming down to there. And this should already be set to prioritize the recycled. Okay. So that all appears to be working. That'll make these happy because they're not backed up on the coal. And for whoever just came in, we are decommissioning the old power plant slowly and commissioning the new power plant. So we have bank 1, 2, 3, and 4 of rocket fuel. If you look down to the other end, we have the oil being turned into heavy oil, being turned into diluted fuel. Then all of the refineries turning the diluted fuel into whatever the enhanced fuel that I can't think of, turbo fuel. And turbo fuel comes down to these where it's being turned into rocket fuel, which is going up to the generators up here. Banks 1 and 2 are running. Bank 3 is in the process of being diagnosed and started up slowly. But looks like it is running fine. And then we get to build bank 4. Well, all this is all built, it's ready to come on, but we have the first tier of each bank of generators. There will be a whole nother floor up here of all generators. So that's the TLDR quick read of what we're doing. Next up, let's do the recycled coal here while I'm thinking about it for bank 4. We need that here. And make sure this is coming. No, this goes up here. Okay. Oh crap. That's fine. Let's put no, we'll do that in a minute. I need this to go there. Let's see, there, -1. Come from there down to here. Remove that. And put it back over here, pointed that way. Is that lined up? Looks like it. Yeah. No, doggone it. And then all of that goes from there. Come on. There. And this has to come down to match up with this. Alright, that should be the last thing. Nope. I need a fluid floor hole to come from this floor to the next floor, so I need it here. Grab a pipe, do that. And then that pipe goes Now we need another floor hole that will go here for the fuel to go from here up there. And now I need to build a whole bunch more generators. What did I run out of? Rubber! Come on, you can do it. Fill it up. Last one. Come on, fill up the rubber. What is... Ah, okay. Okay, got those built. Need to power them. Nope, did it again. Wrong place. Alright, so those should be all ready to go. And in theory, Bank 4 should be ready to turn on. So let's turn on Bank 4. I suppose I should take and follow this down and make sure things are working. Got oil coming in. It's not, all the stuff is going out. Good. Stuff is going up. Slowly. We do have the right pumps on these. So this is just buffering. Yep, they're going. And that's making fuel. The fuel should be coming down. But it's going to take some time to buffer. No coal. Why not coal? Why you no coal? You got coal here. You've got coal there. You've got no belt. Well, what idiot did that? Or didn't do that? Okay guys, while we wait for this to buffer up, I've got to take a 5-minute break or so. I will be back in just a few minutes. Alright. Sorry about that. Realized what time it was. It's, for me, it's 1 hour at midnight, 11 o'clock, and I had a chore I have to, absolutely must be done before midnight. So, had to take care of that before I forgot too late. Okay, so let's see. Now what happened? Go away. Quit bugging me about that. I know. Okay. How are we doing? We got them all running? Yeah, they're working on it. Are we being held back somewhere? This one, these are not happy. Why are these not happy? The fuel is not getting out of them fast enough. Why is the fuel not getting out fast enough? The fuel has a great big pipeline to fill up, which apparently it is filling up. These are not backed up. Oh, I know why. Same problem as the other ones. We have an unfinished belt. That'll help. YouTube is getting pissy about my audio rate, which I don't understand why. So these are going white as the coal buffers up into the earlier machines. So we should have turbo fuel out. Yep. And these machines should all be happy then. They're backed up on rocket fuel, which is fine. That's expected as long as they're not backed up on coal. Nope. And these up here should be the same. Yep, we're backed up on... Oh, we're backed up on rocket fuel. Because someone forgot the final pipe. There we go. we've got just a couple last ones to do, which means we are fully functional and ready to build the next tier of generators. Or I guess I need to build the foundation first. See if we can clean out our concrete. Alright, foundation's built. Let's build some more generators. Let's do some area cleanup first. See if I can get those. My aim sucks. Cool. And let's go over here and grab a badly needed shard source. Sounds like there's something else nearby too. What else we got nearby? Ha! Oh, come on.
This is a shrine to windows and weaving.
We got a nice little cave in here. Ooh, got another sloop. Nice. Very cool, noob. Where's the body? There we go. Hey, George. Die, George. Die. No, come on. Die. Quit moving. Die. There we go. Fair warning, noob. The spiders aren't normally that friendly. I'm running in peaceful mode. The spiders are not cool to mess with. Neither are the bugs. And you saw the beginning of the factory, I believe, yesterday. So let's show you what we've got going now. I'm gonna find my way out of here. Nope, wrong one. Gotta get myself lost in here. Let's see. Nope. I think there's more than one cave in here. Oh, you guys shut up. What the heck? All kinds of fun places in here. Oh, this is just another entrance into that same... The developers of this game. Wow. Ah! Now where they end up. Okay, not you. We're going to... Alright, I know the mark. Where is it? There's a mark. There it is. That's my out. Where the sticks are. There we go. I got the purple thing. Okay. Go away, bugs. So we've got the entire first tier of generators going now. We've got the railroad brought on down and the station for the coal put in. And I'm just about to start putting the second generation or the second tier of machines in. Well, before I do that, now that I got room in my inventory, I can go down and finish removing. Oh, let's get back into electrical hover mode. So we still had, this is the first half of the original power plant is gone now. We started with the first two sets here. We'll brought up the first one, got it running, and then the second one, while the bottom one was still kind of sort of running, because we had to steal some of its oil to get these running. But once these two sets were running, that completely replaced that down there. And so then we can start pulling that down. And I had to pull that down because I needed the materials. If you remember, I'm running on very little backup resources because my original base is just bare bones. So I kept running out of materials. So it was tear down part of that to have the materials to finish building these over here. And now I'm going to finish tearing this down to get the materials to build more. So now it's destructo mode to tear all this down. Gotta be careful I don't destroy this. This is critical. And it was actually switching the water over from supplying the lower level to supplying the top level that was very carefully done, because I had to have some of it running the lower level yet. I had to keep some power on the lower level while, yeah, I had to be careful how I shared the resources, basically. I had to have enough up above to get it started, while keeping enough down below to keep something running down here until the part upstairs was started. It was a balancing system that I screwed up, but I had enough buffered fuel running to keep the bottom part going long enough. What I screwed up never actually became a problem, but only just barely. I discovered what I had done wrong just in time. Basically, I cut the power going out to the water pumps out there. I broke the power line here because it was tied to these, not to those upstairs. And I caught it just in time. But good to hear that you are enjoying the game and that you've got you said your coal power plant up? Good. Where did you build it? Let's see, you said you're in the northern forest, right? A lake that's kind of down in a hole with two normal coal nodes north of the grassy fields. I think I know where you're talking about. But your description is let's see, coal. Okay, they are normal. So you built in here, right? Yeah, that's okay. So you are aware of all four nodes, all four coal nodes there. Okay. Yes, that is a great place to do coal power. And if you build it right, once you get higher tiers of miners and belts, you can make better use of those coal nodes, and you can build a pretty big coal power plant in there. Be sure to take a moment and scout out this area over here. Just a little tip there for you. that reminds me, I better doggone it. So my inventory is full again, and that reminds me that somewhere around here there's a drop box from last time. There it is, right there, I'll bet. Is there anything here? I want those motors. I don't care about any of the rest of that. Probably should, but we'll just say go away. But I'm good, since my inventory is full. The main thing that I need is those motors I just picked up. That's the main thing I need, because that rubber won't hurt my feelings any. But these take, have you built motors yet? Your coal, yeah, you have to have motors to build the coal things. So you know how slow those build. These take 15, I believe, motors each to build. So you can imagine I'm using just a couple of motors. Okay, let's see what I can build here. I need to back this way. And I need fuel gen times 4. Find the right position for this. So yeah, look at my inventory, and I have all of those motors, and I will use every one of them and then some. Ah, doggone it. Position this again. There. And then, which side are we on? We're on that side. I'm going to assume you don't mind knowing some of what's going on in the future, since you're watching me. You're obviously getting to see some things that you'll encounter later. I'm not going to outright tell you anything extra unless you directly ask. But I know some people absolutely don't want to know anything ahead that they're going to encounter. And some people don't want any kind of hint outside of like some of the user interface stuff. I actually encountered one streamer who got really upset about I mentioned something, I don't even know what it was. It was something that to me is irrelevant, but they got upset that I had told them something they didn't know yet. So to each their own. I will help you with anything you ask. I will not tell you anything, or I'll try not to tell you anything ahead that you don't know. Other than just it's how I do my videos. I'll explain what I'm doing, so you've stuck around long enough to know that, so you obviously aren't overly annoyed by it. Yeah, just kind of making sure you're aware that from your point of view, there's some spoilers here. Oh, missing rubber, missing motors. Now the rubber will fill up. And looks like the motors are too. Okay. And I see another bug. Okay. Motors filling, rubber filling. So you actually don't mind, I'm not going to unless you specifically ask, but you'd have no problem learning where resources and stuff are and things you want to get and where to get them and stuff like that. Or would knowing that this is the next step, for example, would be what you call progression. Okay, I'm going to go down and see if I can see all that rubber and all those motors are gone now. I'm going to go down to the other end here, I think. Actually, we're not going to go on that floor, too much noise. We're going to take a quieter floor here. We're good to go dump some of my inventory. If I can find where I put my dump. Where did I put my dump? Where I am is all the way up here in the corner. So the railroad you saw runs down this ravine. It's one of the great places to run a railroad. Runs along across the rocky desert, down the coast, across the grassy fields. Let's see, how do I go across the grassy fields? I come up the ravine and down here to go to this ravine, across the edge of this ravine. Where do I go? I go up through here somewhere, and up the hill here, and up through there, and across there where there's a dismantled crate that I'm sure I picked up, but apparently not. Up through here, across the river, up through there, across here, down through there, and to the other side of the where all my generators here are. So that is, I was started the railroad there, going west across the top, and then the railroad comes back to right here. And in a little bit, probably not tonight, it'll be the next stream, I'll finish the railroad across here. Because we got another 20 minutes, and I'm calling it for tonight. Because 20 minutes is midnight for me, and I have stuff to do before I go to bed yet. Not blueprint. The railroad took... We don't want to talk about how long that took. It was more than a couple streams. Now, I have since... So, yesterday was my first time doing this series, this world, since the end of February. So, in the meantime, I have actually played through yet another multiplayer game since February. That was a game with Idgits and his community. And in that world, now I'm using all the stuff I learned from playing this world and a couple of others. I've played, let's see, 1, 2, the series with Idiots was the third multiplayer game I've played start to finish since Halloween. The first of those took 2 weeks start to finish with one other player. The second of those, this game, Satisfactory. The second of those was 3 weeks start to finish with 2 other players. And the third was with Idiots crew, and that ran, I think, about 3 weeks. And that's all since October. Actually, probably since Thanksgiving. I think the first one that took 2 weeks, I think we did that between Thanksgiving and New Year's. And that one wasn't even a planned thing. That was that was supposed to be testing a server, and we just kind of got carried away and played the game. But that game was, that was played with a longtime friend of mine, and I spent most of my time building power plants to keep up with her speed building everything else in a completely spaghetti factory. And by spaghetti factory, I mean we did the entire playthrough of the game with a base that the primary part of the base took less space than the footprint of this power plant. Now that does not include the power plants I built. It doesn't include a certain part you build that I'm not going to mention, a certain resource. Why did I lose power? I should have power everywhere. Let's see, this is my dump. I gotta leave that. I need to check. I need to leave this because for now, because this is what's powering the railroad, and the railroad is what's running that up there. But that looks like I have everything except for this right here. Sorry, waving my head back and forth. Let's see if we can build any more of the stuff upstairs. Actually, I built all this, but have I connected it? I don't think I connected any of this. So let's connect this stuff, and then we can call the stream. How do I want to do this? We're connected. Ooh, shit. Oh, nope. Okay, we're going from here. Because earlier, yeah, I just killed power to all of my power. This is a problem. This is a major issue. We are in trouble. We are in dire need. That pole there is what powers all the machines. You see all the red. This pole here below me is the backbone. So you hear the power things running? They're running on stuff that was in the pipes. Whenever I cut the line to that pole, the machines haven't been generating anything. Those machines up there have been generating power only from what was in the pipes. Again, fortunately I caught it in time. Now, this isn't my only power plant, but it is my primary power plant. Probably 90% of my power comes from here. We'll say 80%. I have a decent coal power plant. That is... Where's my coal power plant? Right here. No, that's not it. Coal power is right there. The game gets a lot more involved than what you have now. What you have now, you've learned at the point that you're building coal, you've learned the majority of the mechanics of the game. What I'm doing here doesn't use anything really that you haven't already done. Different machines, different recipes, but the mechanics, including the like the water that you've done, you've seen the pipes I'm doing to run fuel and stuff back and forth. Same thing as the water you just did to do the coal. So you've got 90% of the mechanics of the game. The only thing that changes from here, mostly, is the complexity of the recipes and of, as you see, moving things from point A to point B. That's the main thing that changes from here out, is the complexity. You've got the basics at this point. All of the critical stuff. Okay. What was I going to do before shutting down? I was going to do something. Oh, I was going to try powering up the second layer here. I do not want this up here now, so let's get rid of this. This was here so I could fly. Up here. So this was a temporary power line to give me the electrical power close enough so I could fly up here. I no longer need it. I now have power on that level, and that will give me enough to fly up here. But I don't want this confusing me or giving me connection points that I don't want. Okay, now I want to run. I need power, I need fine, we're gonna do it this way. Yeah, it took me then, so I'm running just 3 extractors to 8 jennies. Well, I ran 3 pipes into one, finally figured out the pipe only, there you go. And that's the thing. As you build the different things, you'll learn those things. Now, that brings something that I would recommend to especially first-time players. Every time you get a new part or a new something to build, read the description, and that'll tell you that it only holds 300. Sure, it takes time to read that text, but it's worth it. I am going to take and put this line here, wherever that ends. And then we're going to translate the main pole. What the heck? up above. A lot of this wiring is going to get changed, really. But for now, so tell me, how did you go about running the 3 pipes into the 8 generators? Okay, now this is where the fun starts. I need to branch. How do we do this? I'm going to cut that there, do that. And I'm going to grab that. And put it here. And then I'm going to grab that way. Here, to there, to there, there, and then put down the center of the generators. Another pipe connected to the end of that pipe, and one point to the center of the loop. That is exactly the way to do it. That is the arguable ideal way to do it. Okay, so this will have to go there. This goes there. And that goes there. Coolness. We're powering these up, and that'll give us, and I don't have any poles down here. Yeah, I do. We got a pole over here. Nice. Okay, so that line, whoops. Something is not giving me enough. Please tell me these are yellow because they're backed up. No, we're not getting coal. Why are we not getting coal? Ah, I thought I got all of these. Let's make sure the other ones, what is that? That was tier 2? I'm sure I got all those. So we got coal down here. We've got coal down here. Tier 2, or not Tier 2, Bank 2 I just corrected. Tier 1, or Bank 1 is good. So just that one. But now, okay, they are still going slowly. Yeah, so Bank 2 was running out. Bank 3 is good, Bank 4 is good, Bank 2 was running out, and I just noticed it by accident. Bank 1 lower is good, Bank 1B is getting there. I'm afraid to connect Bank 2B. Because now it'll start, some of it will start coming up here. I mean, overall, it'll fill at the same rate, but it'll now be split between top and bottom. Except that I don't have these wires strung yet. So let's grab a wire. Find a wire to grab, and let's start wiring these together. Those last pipes, the ones that I just did, is gas, not liquid, so it does not need pumps. Alrighty, see what we got for power now. So before I switched over to this, I had around 12 gigawatts. Now I have 32, give or take. And that's with only 3/4 of this plant in operation, or less than 3/4 if you count the fact that those down there and those down there aren't running yet. Alright, that's going to be all for tonight. I think that's probably all the motors I have. I don't think I'm going to be able to build much more anyways. Oh, I got a full cache of motors. Cool. But that's still it for tonight. I'm going to go up to the other end here and call it quits. And I will, as far as I know now, I'll be streaming again tomorrow. Maybe both afternoon and evening, but probably at least evening, maybe afternoon. We'll see how tomorrow happens. But at least tomorrow evening I plan on streaming so far. We'll see. But hope to see you again. Have a good night, or whatever time it is for you, and hope to see you again. And the same goes for anyone else who is watching later. stay tuned for the next one. We hope to continue pick back up on this series and have it going maybe not every day, but most days. So just stay tuned and watch for each one. Thanks for watching. Have a good day.